Okay. We are about to end this case. Well, maybe not today, maybe next week. But we're on the verge of ending this case. We are in the middle. We're still waiting for Di at the moment. Excuse me. Okay. Let's hope the upstairs does not get caught on the microphone, because I don't want to get caught. Phoenix, welcome to the stream. We are currently waiting for Diusi. She'll be here in a bit. If we don't finish this case today, we will be finishing it tomorrow. And that means if we don't finish it today, we start case 4 next year. We only have 2 cases left of this game, and then we're going to go directly into Apollo Justice. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Wednesday is Christmas Day. Hope you all will have a good Christmas. Not sure what you guys all have planned for Christmas. But I hope you all have a wonderful Christmas nonetheless. I do have a stream scheduled on Christmas Day, which is going to end up being .hack. Most part, I don't know if I'm going to keep that day or not, or what things are going to happen this week. It's gonna be from day to day. I will keep you guys updated anyways. But for the meantime, the schedule will stay the same until further notice. This is the Christmas case right here. This is the Christmas case. This is only the Christmas thing you're going to get on a video game right now, is this case right here. That's all I got for Christmas this year, is this case. When I get done with all the Ace Attorneys, Andy's going to take over with the Great Ace Attorney. Which leaves a day open for me. Which, the way things are set up, I may end up taking all of 2025 with the Apollo Justice Collection. That may be my entire year, is the Apollo Justice Collection. And we probably won't go into the Great Ace Attorney until 2026. They aren't intended to be short games anyways. How long do you think these games are? What, 20 hours? Is that what you think they are? Maybe. For the first trilogy, each game were roughly about 20 hours. But I think this one here is, what, 35, 38 hours? Why haven't you? Why haven't you? I'm already ahead of you. I've already played these games before this collection released. You mean you're not going to play it off stream to see what it's like? To get yourself prepared for the game when you actually have to stream it? Welcome back, Di. Now that you're here, Di, I'm gonna quiz you. What happened last time? Low battery? Why? I think it happened 2 streams ago because I think I pulled it off the charger last stream. But instead of dead batteries, we found something else that was dead. I'm not sure if we could call it another dead body. I think it's the dead body that went missing 18 years ago. The stream's already happening, so it can't be before stream. It has to be during stream. I don't think it was down there the whole time. Matter of fact, one reason why it wouldn't be in the water the whole time for 18 years, it would have decomposed. The body is still fresh like it was 18 years ago. So think about that. Alright, well, first we're going to change out the controller. This controller is not plugged in. So I got to plug this in. Oh, thank you, Mike. See if it overrides when I plug it in. Because I hate it when it overrides. Okay. That didn't seem to override, so that's good. Because I remember when it overrid. Alright. Time to get back in here. So we're going to be 18 years ago. I think I'll be removing that comment because that was inappropriate. Very inappropriate. December 25th, 10 o'clock a.m., Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Hey, it's Miss Bone. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. He looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Kummer finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tengara, too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Detective Bad? What are you doing back here? Oh, just happened to be here. I'm heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at the detention center, but okay. If you work in law enforcement, yeah, that's a common thing. Just happen to be at places. Good morning. Alright. Di, do we see a big change with him already? He went from black hair to white hair in just hours. Oh, Mr. Tengara, what happened to you? Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karmer's methods, but as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in the interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tengara in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's finding with Mr. Tengara. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tengara, we found out quite a bit. If you'd like to hear it. Of course. Thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tengara? You seem kinda spaced out. I'm fine. I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson! Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Mr. Tengara. You're kind of swaying all over the place. I'm sorry. Like I said, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Well, let's see. What do we have, Di? What do you think might help him? Huh? Is that chocolate? For me? Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could give them to you, Mr. Tangara, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. Well, Detective Bad, who is mostly for the rules, but he has exceptions to the rules. There must be some way we can hand them to him. Well, Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero! I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will you? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness! I feel like a man reborn. Ha. Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes. How were they? Feel them melt, soft and smooth, chocolate that'll comfort and soothe, ear to ear, head to toe, smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh, so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them. I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste the thing. Di, what do you think is wrong with him? Let's think about this for a second, okay? French fries. What does it have in it? Ham sandwich. What does it have in it? I'll give you a clue. It starts with an S. You know this, Di. You know the one thing that starts with an S that you can find in French fries and ham sandwiches? Maybe I'll give you another clue. It's a 4-letter word. French fries are potatoes. Well, it's something that's in French fries that starts with an S. That's 4 letters. Ham sandwich has something that has something in it that starts with an S. That's 4 letters. Maybe that should give you a clue. You forgot what it's called. Salt. Anyways, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh, yeah. You were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Hallequin. Artie Frost was Paul Hallequin? I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Hallequin. So, the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? This all would certainly explain why Mr. Hallequin was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece? No. Seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. Really? Didn't they melt? The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh no, Miss Bound. I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always scrapping for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. No, actually, they never got the chance to see their money. They didn't get paid until after they died. True story. Your famous Renaissance painters and sculptors, they never seen a lick of money at all while they were alive. Makes you wonder why they kept doing what they were doing. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Alright. I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard. But I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. I'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. An uncompromising one. Someone who can be trusted to stand out from what he believes in. And to scare the pants of anyone new he meets. That's what I said. Bad may look intimidating, but he's really a puppy dog. Huh. Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday? Of course. I want me to give you a full report. Thank you for that. I want me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. So sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangara. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I asked you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. What can you tell me about the Constellations who took part in the finale, the final round of the contest? Let's see, there was Miss Gone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusteau's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up to the semifinal. But disappointingly, his entry for his finale was subpar on both accounts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semifinal as well. Which was, it tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? What exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back in my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Miss Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bond. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes. I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the Lyro, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry? But are you saying the Lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the Lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini statue, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangara, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So, the part you tried was the Lyre? The one shown here without any strings? Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangara ate them all? And he enjoyed them? So Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the Lyre as well. But she said it was far too salty for her to finish. And it's true. Truth is, I've suspected for a while there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. This condition is actually quite real. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. So, I'm going to look this up. So a medical condition that reduces or eliminates the ability to taste salt is hypogestia. I think that's how you pronounce it. I am going to probably figure out how to pronounce this word. Hold on a sec. It's not going to help me if I can't hear it.
Hypogesia. Or
Hypogesia. Okay. Hypogesia is the term used for a medical condition where you can't taste salt. I ate so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if there were some long-term treatment options, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nonetheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back in my mansion. Technically, hypogesia can resolve itself on its own over time. Because you have to train your body to change taste buds. There is a medical treatment to help it, but hypogesia can reverse itself over time. So it's not technically a long-term effect. It can be considered long-term effect, but it can reverse itself. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anyone. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anyone. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. If that is what you wish. What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright. I'll be right behind you. Judy. Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Okay, this is going to hit hard. Very hard. We already know their relationship is father and daughter. They're not blood related, but that's their relationship. Please, Judy, think about the life that you want to live. Because I won't always be around. Don't say that! Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, Miss Bone! Judy. Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Oh, why'd you even say all of that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Heliquy collection? The candy making? It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all the life that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangara. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Yes. We'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too. But I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangara, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangara, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand. And I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangara. You have my word on that. December 25th, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue. Fountain room. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more? We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangara. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see those other rooms! This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand on it too. Don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone. And now Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So, what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Enter the Konami code. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth. Like I promise. Up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of this area? Sure. Like I said, everything is off limits. You probably won't be seeing this room again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. What is it? Any thoughts on the case, Detective? Officially, as a cop, my thoughts are Von Karma's right about everything. But, as myself, I'm not happy. We need to investigate more. Here and elsewhere. I put a word in for you with forensics. Ask the guy whatever you want. Much appreciated. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. Huh. I didn't do it for you. I did it for the investigation. Consider that your Konami code. The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Paul Hellicue's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. It looks so real. Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before? Attorneys. Always poking holes in people's words. What? Did I say something wrong? Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in there, sir. And what did you find? Chocolate, and what looks like the kind of flavoring and coloring used in frozen dessert, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangara's work. And the flavoring and coloring matches that of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artists' room right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in here. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very large pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pooled on. I believe the blood probably belonged to... This one should be easy. Gusto's not dead. So that's not his blood. Yes, I would be the victim.
Take that.
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. We got a match. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream into the fountain like this? Victim's blood added to the court record. Miss Bound, urge to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down on the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangara had to say. I found the photograph of the semi-final entry for you. Here, it's all yours. Wow! Miss Goen sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. Okay, so we're going to take a look at this. The white part is technically all Frost's work. The orange, the red, and the purple are pretty much all Gusto's work. And he loved the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Miss Frost's entry too. Only the problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course. I hope it helps with the investigation. Semi-final entries added to the court record. Oh, and I have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. I've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangara's room. That's right. He put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is in the Ultimate Cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it? Oh no. We told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew what the Ultimate Cookbook was this whole time. Ultimate Cookbook added to the court record. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook, if you don't mind, Miss Mound. So, if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines? Exactly. Or rather, totally new medicines that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune. Why Scone is in the contest. Despite she has no baking skills. But why make the grand prize in a confectionery contest? Mr. Tangera is the sole heir to the Tangera family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangera Group? The Tangera Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. The major pharmaceutical corporation sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, the new Coke Killer Pro has been making some serious waves since it went on sale. I also reach for a Coke Killer when I'm feeling under the weather, which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangera Group, if you don't mind. So, did Mr. Tangera not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find someone he felt was worthy of it. I'll bet the board of directors love that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else? They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. Tangera Group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmaceutical all the time? Yes, not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win. But why? I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangera Group. If the cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it as far in a contest she had no business taking part in. Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor, a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standards of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangara. I could certainly use a cup of that tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Ooh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. We've learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involving Mr. Gusteau for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusteau? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the teensiest shred of information. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lack design sense, and a sculpture with it in spades. Mr. Gusteau could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusteau a few more questions. His history still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma. I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusteau, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tsk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusteau, in which case, fine. Then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost. Gusteau's and Frost's connection. The connection between Gusteau and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all? That's all I have to say to you. What? But that doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. We're only going to get 2 statements out of this one. Yes, there must have been a connection of some kind. And if you would cease your baseless interruptions, I'll happily tell you what it is. If there were a courtroom, I would have you removed of contempt. But isn't that solely the judge's purview? Yeah. A Judge Von Karma would probably have dancing to his tune. What? Even judges are scared of him? It won't be an easy trial, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Von Karma, continue. Granted, it may have simply been a coincidence that they both entered the same competition, but that doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them. I do hate to repeat myself, but if you do not have any pertinent evidence that then kindly keep your mouth shut. Guess I'll just do as he says for now. At least until I find the evidence that proves Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost's connection. Still, the look in your eyes speaks volumes. Well, go on then. What are you trying to say? Make up your mind, will you? Should I keep my mouth shut or not? It seems Mr. Von Karma is keen to keeping us away from the truth. Which means the truth must be inconvenient to him somehow, right? Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost had something in common. I just need to present that thing they shared to Mr. Von Karma. So, this one should be pretty easy. We technically already have a possible connection for the two. Which do you think it is? Alright, that's it.
Objection.
I wonder if you would take a look at these two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point! As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusteau told us the confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's, exactly as good in fact. We learned from one another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance, the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They were made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. If you figure that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Another short one. Gusto and Frost's real connection. So we have Gusto and Frost's connection, and now we have Gusto's and Frost's real connection. So this is like a DLC testimony, right, Di? Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the detail of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with the bitter slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper contacts in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. Doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this. So, you did know that there was a connection between the two? Why were you trying to hide it? Test. I don't just hand out information like candy, and certainly not to the defense. Not like the lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. You do things your way, and I'll do them mine. You wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you. Last night, after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct? Yes. I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh! A one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma? That must have been terrifying! I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not! Every time he closed his eyes, I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares to plead the fifth with me. Did that even work on him? I don't think so. And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship. But why were they cooperating? Gusto sense of design is subpar and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So what was their end game? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusteau claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that this collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you want. Gusteau's sense of design is par, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Now I got DDLC. Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusteau's design sense. Yeah, he admitted himself he isn't all that great. He made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Just think of the abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah, I kind of like the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur, and artistically and professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together. The two cooperated until the day before the final, then decided to compete on their own merits. You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals and then just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern. He was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few moments ago, though. Which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangero's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner. Which means he must have still been working with Mr. Gusteau, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some evidence that proves that they were cooperating right up through the finals. Okay, so that statement already gives you a hint on which statement to pick. Actually, no. Because what he's stating is actually the truth. Now we need an evidence. No, that's not going to help us this time. Because those are only the semifinal entries. Remember, he says the two cooperate until the day before the final.
Objection.
They weren't working together during the final? I find that a bit hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was clearly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusteau were still cooperating during the finals. How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-rate chefs to shame. I wouldn't really call her an amateur. She could be the next Gordon Ramsay. How is that not an entirely subjective statement? Actually, he does have a point. Furthermore, you're ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. Test, test, test. No more objections, I take it? There must be some way I can prove that Gusteau and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E? There's something that's been on my mind. Yes? What is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water? Freezing it all? And then carving that whole sculpture? Could he really have done all of that and helped Mr. Gusteau with his work? If it was me, I'd have barely gotten as far as the setting the flavor water up to freeze part. Just can't see how Mr. Frost had pulled it off. Perhaps there's some morally instincts in you after all, Eddie. Your pondering certainly points to another possibility. Let's just hope he doesn't have any intestinal problems. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his one large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. There wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have had to do was sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something. That's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mr. E! I hope you know what you're doing. Oh? Accepting defeat at last, are we? The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping each other right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusteau. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusteau told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusteau in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. Objection. Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusteau could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? Oh, how dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would have struck a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusteau from me. One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusteau's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case. Objection. How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder. He's really not far from the truth there. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusteau himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem to keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Because you played his hand, Von Karma, just like you do with all your witnesses. Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time. Mr. Gusteau only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. I imagine Mr. Von Karma was aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap. Well, can't guide your tongue? Even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusteau snuck into Mr. Frost's room. We still don't know why. The fact alone is reason enough to suspect him. Test. That's your only concern. Allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. That's... Gusteau and Frost and their sons. We'll learn more about the sons later. Family photo added to the court record. Gusteau snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? Seems his sons attended the same elementary school. Gusteau was concerned with the fact that Frost and his son and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusteau's actions makes perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. Why is the color on my camera seems to be weird? Is it from the light? No, it still seems to be weird. I don't know. The color on that light is weird. No! He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusteau. Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangura's finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with? What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. The prosecution means to purge Mr. Tangura. Surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something's on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with a prosecution of Mr. Tangura. And yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. No autopsy report. 24 hours post-murder, and there's still no autopsy report. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is still missing. Missing victim's blood. None of the victim's blood was found in Tengura's room. You're right. I don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Evidence that turned up, not in Mr. Tengura's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost. Blood in the fountain. Frost's blood was detected in the water of the fountain. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tengura's room. Yet, we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Alright, Die. Thank you to whoever subscribed. Mr. Frost's body went missing from the crime scene, but traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the murder had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Body moved aside? Did someone move the body aside in order to get the blood that was in the chest? And of course, we only have these two left. So the body must have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensic team. But what if the assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't, why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's, did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? We both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods, fabricated witness statements, shady details, forged evidence, even. Sure, everybody's heard all that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone, even Mr. Von Karma. I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears we may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own end. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear he might have been and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to the infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes? What is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is? What foolishness is that? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable case. It says.
Objection.
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps? Ha! I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence? I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. He's got a point. He's got a big point there. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body? Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. Test. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligations whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection.
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of blooded chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the blood stain? And since it's so important to you, why aren't you telling me where you believe it went? Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence should I show? What evidence do I have to show? I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tanger's room went. Di, you know the answer to this one. Nope. The lamp is not going to help us here. The body isn't going to help us here.
Take that.
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of chocolate from Mr. Tangero's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Grr! Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me! You! Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you, Pad! You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case. I was barely honored in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? Test. That's really quite the claim, you know. And one for which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. Doesn't that seem like proof enough? That he cannot show us the body? This means he doesn't have the body. Go in the courtroom, they're going to ask him where the body is. If he says he can't present the body, what's that going to do? That's definitely going to hurt his case. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am. I'll prove it in court. Huh. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind. And I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie. Detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tenger is acquitted. But I'd prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. And? What is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You let me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though, I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangera by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right. But we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma. Mr. E, I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangera to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. We won't. Expose Mr. Von Karma's lies. That's the last thing I do. That will be the end of the past. So let's recap what we just learned. Let's recap what we just learned. Di? I'll start with you. What did you learn? You're right, the blood was in the fountain. What else did we learn? Other stuff. I was hoping you'd say, we've got no body. We've got nobody. Yes, we got nobody. Let's see how long this is. Okay. Let's double check the last one. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do one part of the end. There's 3 parts for the end. So we're going to do one of them tonight. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m. Zodiac Call, Fountain Room. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangerer was innocent? Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we'd feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all cost. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. It's April now, so... Ooh, mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there the last day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. So bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah. Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. When Gregory tried to stop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report. That wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed the confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He's tied up in some other big cases too. Good old Bad, they don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was conceded. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Insideman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial investigation, and the initial detective before Bad, he took that fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor for the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face... I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangara guilty, I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy never got the chance. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me. No. You had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned. And that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangara was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Samson Tangara, age 39. Convicted as accomplice? Organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangara discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict? Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah. I guess he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitation was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie? Like they say, we all sort of start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. Statute of limitation may have ran out, but the truth's still out there, you know. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyways, long story short, the killer was never found. Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Till then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down. But Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right! You were there to see Mr. Tangara. Bingo. Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all those years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking! We've got to do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's exactly why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out. Right, Malzarino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father, Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both these cases. I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son. Through and through. Alrighty then, now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. We don't love paperwork, am I right? Am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. IS-7 incident case file updated in my organizer. Thank you, Fender. Here's some evidence for you, buddy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small amount of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. A small mountain? We're talking about a small mountain like this? If this is a small mountain, this must be a really big mountain, right? Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. We're going to take a look at it now, because if we look at it now, we get an understanding of this case. So, this is the case files, okay? So, what we're going to do is we're going to read the annotation as well. So, location, Samson Tangara's mansion, Tangara's room. Date, December 24th, 18 years ago. Murder weapon, rock salt lamp. Prosecutor, Manfred Von Karma. Defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. Notes. Statute of limitation expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Samson Tangara, age 39. Organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangara discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Artie Frost, age 38, also known as Paul Halleck, under which name he was a renowned sculptor in France, contestant in the confectionery contest. Body was discovered in Tanger's room. Cause of death was blood loss following a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. And this is the photograph. So, we do have this, but we can't examine it. We can't examine that. We can take a look at the details of this. This was a photograph. While we did get the actual evidence back then, this is a photograph because we can't have the lamp anymore. And of course, this is the photo we also received back then as well. So, while we don't have every single evidence that was presented to us in the IS-7 incident, we've got most of them. Okay. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too. Come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of this incident 18 years ago, who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculpture in the winter wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the autumn wing, which has been disguised to look like the winter wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquinum and asphyxian, that formed a poisonous gas were mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmela Gusteau, who is no stranger to the evidence of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be initially linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh, no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation. Yes, this is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof. She isn't playing any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Well, we technically have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Who is he? Die? She hasn't aged one bit in 18 years. She must be an alien. Okay, that's it. Judy's not dead. Judy's not dead. Judy is very much alive.
Take that.
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chili Wings? Wait. Who the heck is Chili Wings? Or Artie? Or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Hellique. Sculptures on display here are all his works. No way! Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judy Gavell knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. According to the police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. That's wrong. Sure, that's what the record says, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, this is winter. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We've got an ID. Some sculpture called Frost or something. So I guess Edgeworth called it? Goddess of Justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavell, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. No fair! You're trying to steal the win. I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything. And you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection.
Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender? Yep, see, I was the defense team from IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had already gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpick this mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Judge Gavell seems to know the fact of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noticed, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. Gregory Edgeworth is the father. Miles Edgeworth was present at that case. He's the son of the original defense attorney and the prodigy of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty. Glad to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the side of justice? Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn up for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our things after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own things, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Okay, shall we? Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence! We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to where we found it and the source of the ubiquium. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. Its use is stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Minty fragrance! Ubiquium is a red liquid with a minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. So what do I call? Fountain room. The body has been taken to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. And how's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water is crystal clear and kind of smooth. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago, Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, aren't you? Found anything interesting? No, just a body. No. No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic. And of course, and treasure is for when they're in a tits. Love is for people you're not that keen on. And pedal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, pedal. I hope you're getting all this down. Don't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. Hello there, Malzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got that lot. Melting statues, and the winter wing, and even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Well, yeah, I'll hold that information even more. Because we'll find out the answer later. Gusteau's son, too. Him and his best pal from school, both just up and disappeared. What? And they were never found? Gusteau's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard, anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report, and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. From the color and aroma, I say this is a puddle of spilled tea. And look, there's some chunk of ceramic in it. Ceramic fragment jotted down in my organizer. I guess somebody must have broke something. I know that is insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Why is there a cart lift just sitting here out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this something somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculpture around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of those, you could move giant lumps of ice around no sweat. Lift cart data jotted down in my organizer. Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of those. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. Maybe they didn't melt. Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. Wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir. Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? Select few trophies won by Paul Hellique, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up, something with a nice ceremony at the end of it all. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Okay, we don't have to reread this one. That's the same on the other side. Okay. Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cups we were given was delicious. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better take a closer look. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said to still have this. Teapot Dad, John and Donner, my organizer. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests, I can pour you a cup if you'd like. Miss Bound. Oh, Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break wouldn't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great! Wow, it tastes even better than it smells! What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? No, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. The tea smells different. The aroma is different from this morning. What's changed? Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big deal? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gone under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurie Stokesnam. Dang it! You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Clearly sounds like Phoenix. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow. What happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. It's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh. Okay? I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. And I use your voice too! Oh, come on! What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white, and I'd rather you not impersonate me. Plus, I don't think Miss Bond would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin container designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its content. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bond serves. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound? I had to go and tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in an apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculpture melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know that I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photos for this current exhibit. Well, why go through the trouble recreating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last, or rather, re-completed. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my! You really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident. He's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Where did Larry go? Seems the police have already removed the body. Why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago also turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensic Guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxian have been detected in the fountain. I'm going to say that we're probably carried here by the stream from the Odium wing. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? From the statues, maybe? I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa! Quit it with that glare off, you two. It's weird. Oh, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell me what it is you're hiding. Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. From now on, I'm not talking to you anymore, starting now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first, before I can get the whole truth out of him. Come on, Larry, what are you hiding? Not saying. Look, you two. This is no time for kid games. Well, I certainly wasn't playing. It's pretty clear Larice isn't going to talk to you. Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. I need to know what Larry is hiding. And I think I might have an idea what it is. Perhaps presenting him with the right piece of evidence will force him to become clean. Okay, I think we only got 2, right? Interesting. We can't do this yet. Okay. Oh, okay. This one you probably won't be able to figure out, so I'm going to do it. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bond's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you would tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Cavell. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verdi. She thinks I'm a senile, cool, or sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I told Verity, might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smashed. I broke the teapot. A priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch. You really messed up this time, Larisse. See, Edgy? Everyone's going to think less of me now. Judge is never going to forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot? I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Doxham. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramic on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've been treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Oh, this other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw the other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry! It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models, after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, eh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Want to see? Interested in Larry's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid you're greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Unusual. We seen a upside down bridge to make it look like there was a body flying across a bridge. Turns out it was pendulating underneath the bridge. because Larry was literally looking at the bridge upside down. We have a picture with him drawing everybody in it, and a ghost of Mia is in the picture. So, you tell me, guy. What do you think is going to be unusual about this one? Really? Now I want to see them too. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. So these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, if you want to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. What am I looking at? Two beauties. Bound. Gavel. Scone. Guy. Which one of these stands out? Do you know? So we have Scone, who's taking one of those blue cloths, and she's putting it inside the fountain, or pulling it out of the fountain, whichever is the case. We see Judy Bound pushing a cart with a blue cloth with candy on it. Then we just see Judy Gavel. Or Verity Gavel. That's her name, Verity Gavel. I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of their fair faces that have caught my eyes since I've been here, you know. There's Verity and Judy and somebody else. That would be Delicious Scone. Why did you draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first. Just something to pass the time. Have you tried drawing at all? Practice. You can't just draw once and expect it to be a masterpiece. You have to practice. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as well. So these were all drawn at different times. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? That's what Phoenix should be using, his imagination. Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in this room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing! You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Larry's sketch is data jotted down in my organizer. Alright, so we should have one extra now. Di, do you know what to pick? I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hasn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound? The difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like yuba tea. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Teapot's leftover aroma. The tea had a refreshing aroma because it's in a different teapot from this morning. Could that really be it? Alright, so I guess we're just going to combine these two. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seems more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right. You'd expect it'd be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of the ubiquitous key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some of it in the teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding the ubiquitous? Oh. My people are searching the entire galley, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ha! I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no way a useless... What? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, that looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensic people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The mint fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with it? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took a while, around a week, to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibit. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up. Miss Scone is on the radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test result says first. Miss Bond claims that she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me! Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. He really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left of the display case is some sort. All that's left in the display case is some stuff at the bottom. More of it is in the Taurus case. That is in the Gemini case, though. Describe the stuff for me, if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. The one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which 3? Sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensic guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Gemini case analysis results data jotted down in my organizer. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as a winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyways, I'd better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about the blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. Was that Gummy? Seems like he had a lot to say. He did. And all of it was useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claim Bound's claim about who could have set up the poison gas trap was false. I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. There is one thing I want to do before I talk to her. Oh. If they find you ubiquitous in the teapot, is that it for Miss Bound? She seems way too nice to hurt anybody. You mustn't judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though, I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone and see what they have to say on the matter. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Okay. So, I'm gonna go back. Right there, so we're gonna deduce it. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? So, we're deducing the cloth. Which piece of evidence do you think is going to be, going to deduce the cloth? This one should be pretty easy to figure out. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Larry Stockton, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you. Everything is exactly as I saw it. The tablecloth in this cart here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories. The simple stuff just passes right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with a cart with the T set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right. It was the hiding the piece of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyways, I was still in the middle of cleaning it up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the teapot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, and she was pushing a cart. A different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheeling into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? We'd better check with Miss Bound. Okay. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes. Why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us a sketch. I couldn't help but notice that the color of the tablecloth is light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing with this sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing with this when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolate to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolates. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Yee! Thanks, Miss Bound! Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. Chocolates Data jotted down in my organizer. They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They might not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boosts nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may. Oh, come dear, fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Toothy DK. Tooth DK. Okay, he's probably going to be angry about that nickname. Tooth DK. She probably has some kind of comebacks like, my teeth aren't decayed, okay? I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy. I'm not a fan of tooth decay either. Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I settle on it. Ouch! Ouch! I can understand why she's sconed. Well, I guess we tried. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seems to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. And this is why we tell Phoenix to not make nicknames for people. Because you don't know if the people will like it or not. You have to ask them if they're going to appreciate the nickname. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used from the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. That had better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent boy. What happened to you, eh? Dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations are all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep, salt lamp, glowing fabric, light emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing. I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. I'm not lying! Ooh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. That cloth looked familiar. Maybe I should jot her memory with something so Miss Gone will tell us more. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Gone? I'll bet a somewhat grimmier one. Grimmy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage? A spillage, he says. The cheek. That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Miss Gone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know from a start. After all, it says it right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium ever. But what about a lay person? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose to the Ultimate Cookbook anyways. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with the not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in there, you know. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dearie. I know it inside out. Besides, because I work for the Tangura Group, you see? We're the company behind Code Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Die! You've heard of it, right? You better have heard it. Trials and Tribulations? When Phoenix Wright was on trial? Remember that mask? That's you! It's you! Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. After Sammy Poo was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Ooh, well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the Autumn Wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first I thought it was one of those ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the Autumn Wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that was missing all those years ago. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinch and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Ooh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one the victim was wrapped in, just happened to appear in the fountain at the same time as the body? Luminous cloth data updated into my organizer. Tell me, Fender, what kind of a person is Miss Bound? Oh, wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Milester. I do not. Chill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyways, what can I say, Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep. Jules wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody. No job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he'd taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She retired all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangura Group after they basically stole it. Bound's actions. Bound recovered the house and the Ultimate Cookbook from Tangura's sake. Just this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. all of it. Thunder seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangerez for herself. So we should have 2 left, which is just these 2. The Ultimate Cookbook contains instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current owner of the book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean? I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. To be continued. Okay. We have a lot to go over on that one. That's actually going to be the end of that for a bit. So we got 2 parts left. So let's review everything, Di. What did we learn? What did we learn? Were you taking notes? Teapot shenanigans. Okay, we'll start there. That's a good place to start. Larry broke teapot. He shuffled the ceramic pieces in the bottom of the tea on the serving cart, and then he swapped it with another teapot, which Miles Edgeworth believes has ubiquium in it. Okay, what else do we know? The cart thingy. You mean the one that Larry drew? Okay, so the one that Larry drew has a light blue cloth onto it. It also had chocolate candy onto it, where she said she was given out to the investigators. She had extras, she gave it to Kay and Miles Edgeworth. But when she was leaving, because Larry witnessed this, she came back with the lift cart. This lift cart, however, has a pedal onto it, which will raise the lift up and allow it to stand upright. So it's one of those. It also elevates because there's a pedal that moves it up and down. There's also a pedal onto it that raises it up so the thing is level. So which means that she could have also used it to lay the ice sculpture down and lay it on the lift cart. She possibly could have covered it with a cloth. So that's a theory, but that's the information we got from Gumshoe. Speaking of Gumshoe, what did we learn from Gumshoe? Something about blood. The Gemini statue had blood, salt, and sugar. Taurus statue had sugar, which had found its way over into the fountain. Because we've also discovered that there was blood, salt, and sugar in the fountain. What else was in the fountain besides a body of blood, salt, and sugar? The luminous cloth, right? Because we learned that from Scone. We also learned about the identity of the body, which was Artie Frost, which he's also known as Paul Hallequin. We also learned about the IS-7 incident. The case file was changed by Manfred von Karma. I think that's the most important thing that we've learned. We will find out what's in the teapot, because we suspect that Judy Bound is responsible for making the poison gas, because the recipe to make the poison gas is in the Ultimate Cookbook. But save that for Monday. Next Monday should be the last of this case, and then next year we'll start case 4. I'm not spoiling case 4 for you. There's no way I'm spoiling case 4 for you. Who are we going to raid tonight? I think we will raid somebody I haven't raided before. We are going to raid somebody I haven't raided before. We're going to raid TL Baker. They're playing a playing Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis online on the Switch. Tomorrow, Zero's Last Dilemma? I think that's how you pronounce it. What the title is. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. If things don't change, we will be having Da Hack on Christmas night. Castlevania on Thursday, PFL Draft on Friday. That's our week. Alright, and that's going to be it for me for tonight. Everybody have a wonderful holiday